Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hey Shiba. Wait, don't you have a stream soon? Or aren't you streaming right now? Ah, I see. Well, thanks for joining. I hope the volume's alright. I mean, from what I'm hearing, it seems alright, but let me know if it's too small, like low, or something's going on. Alright. Let's see. Alright, that's great. Hey Dempake, thanks for joining. Alright. Thanks for joining the stream. Alright. It's pretty much about time, so I guess I'll get started now. Alright. Let's see. Where should I get started? It's kind of been a while, right? But let's see. Oh yes, I finally got that body baked, so I'll show you what that looks like. It looks like this. I added the cube on the side while I was baking, so it made the shadow, but I think I might refine it more because it doesn't look right. It looks a little like patchy, so I'm gonna fix that, and then yeah, just continue from there. There was one, or maybe I could get started on the hat. I do want to start on clothing a tiny bit, you know, get some of the fun stuff out of the way. Yeah, the hat is compelling me, so I'll just name this collection clothing. And put that right there. Let's see the hat. Hey, Space Runner. Yeah, I hope you have an amazing day as well. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know what? Yeah. I feel like that's a lot of poly at the top, but I'll fix that once I get the general hat going, you know? So you can use, I don't know if I showed you this before, proportional editing right here, as you can see. And then you can do connected only or not connected only. The difference is that if you select one mesh, it won't affect stuff next to it if your radius is smaller. But yeah, I mean, I'll keep showing you examples and stuff on how to use it. But as you can see, I think when I add her hat, it's like feels like it's all coming together. I think there's a side reference. Yes, that's yeah. There we are. Just need to see how this hat points. It's kind of like to the back, yes. Wait, no. Whoa, lag. Don't do this. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to make like a shape key to hide the hair while the hat is on. So it doesn't like clip through it. It's gonna be fun rating this hair too. I mean no, well the hair too, but also like the hat. So I'll be doing like a little bounce, you know. Oh yeah, and for one of my commissions, finally used magic cloth. It's pretty nice. Definitely different from just using spring bones, which I always have used, but gives it really good physics, and especially the clipping issue with the physics, you know, like especially with like skirts and stuff. Very good stuff, I gotta say. Try it out. Seems about right. And then I don't think I really need this subdivision. Right. Now this is way too many polygons here in my opinion. So just gonna or should I should start from a bit more below actually. Shift R will repeat your last action just a tick. Let me try it out. Or wait, I don't think it'll work this one, but Dissolve. Oops. No, 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 no. Interesting. I'll give it a try in a situation. There. Don't want too much poly that I don't really need, you know? When I can do the same thing for less poly. I think I should make a face right here. Finishing it? Like the hat? Yeah. Almost there. Let's see what it looks like. Yay! Yeah, I'll make a blend shape where it'll like shrink into the head probably, like this, so it doesn't clip into the yeah. Gotta be more strategic. But yeah. Or could wait, let's see. I just want to see what that would look like actually. Don't want the head shape to be strange if I manipulate it too much. I might actually have to change the hat so it fits the head a bit more. So I'm not making like too much of a crazy adjustment to the head shape, so it doesn't look like her head is randomly flat too much. Hey, Little Miss Hard, thank you for joining. This model's looking good so far. Thank you, thank you. It is getting there, but I think it's like still like 30% finished, I think. Something like that. It's getting there though. Slowly but steadily. I could always change it even if I'm in the texturing stage. And also, as I mentioned before, with the sharps, I've add sharp, mark sharp, and then as you can see, everything is smooth, but smooth. See, makes a nice little crispiness to it, you know. So it looks like it's two meshes, but it's actually one. It's pretty good for like edges of the shoe, or you know, like edges of belts and stuff. I'll definitely thinking about using it for like edges of clothing once I make the body finished, so it'll be easier to make the bodysuit. But I might duplicate this hair, convert to mesh, make it join it, and then since I just really want to see what the end result will look like while I work more on the whoops. That. Okay. Then I delete just a little bit. Okay. This is just like alternative hair, so this is what the blend shapes would look like if I did make them. So like hide the hair. Oh, I mean, it won't be missing any mesh, but you know what I mean. Like it'll look something like that as the blend shape. Marking sharp is very nice. Yeah, marking sharp is very good. Gotta have those crisp lines. Yeah, gotta have them crisp. Okay, I thought the hat looked a little pixely. Maybe I think it's fine. Yeah, it's just pretty rounded up. Hat needs to be black, something like this. I mean, this is just a basic solid color I sometimes like to do for showcasing, so it's definitely not what it's gonna look like, but you know, gives me a closer idea of what the end result would look like. Balding? Yeah, she's balding, man. It's time for that moon. Now I'm thinking about it, about the leaves. I should, to keep things optimized, I probably should make them like planes. Like, you know how environment artists use like planes for grasses and stuff, and then they bake everything into it? I think I might do that too, so it's more optimized. Optimize! Ready to roll out! Oh yeah, and when it comes to like shapes like this, don't be afraid of triangles because it'll save you a lot of polys, I'll tell you that. With an alpha channel? Another tip, if you press Q, a favorite menu will pop up. That's where I save the sharpness option. It's quicker. Well, quicker? Wait, let me see. Wait. Q. Interesting. Okay, wait, I gotta write that down. So I can make a favorite menu. I don't know why I've been like, quick menu. Wait, what do you mean by alpha channel? Wait, what topic were you referring to? But thanks, let me see what I can do with the menu. Yeah, because once you convert and put stuff into the Unity, everything turns into triangles anyway, so... Oh, the leaves? Yeah, I've seen people, you know, just like character artists, but on like a plane, they would bake the diffuse, the normals, the, you know, like specular, like everything onto just like one plane. Or I mean, you know, like a mesh that's like very optimized, that is extremely low poly because there's a lot of leaves in a tree or something like that, right? Like a bush. So you right click any option and you can add it to that menu. Interesting. Wait, so like what kind of just curious, like how do you set up your menus? Cause I would like some recommendations to put in my menu too. Shortcuts are good after all. Oops. Oops, not the skin. Okay, sometimes with 2D, you gotta make it work into 3D. So, let's see. Wait, I feel like this is still a little too low poly, so I'm gonna add a few more polygons to it. Just round it up a little bit. Hey Azor! Thanks. Alright, sorry, let me just read the chat. One sec, I was so like locked in making this. Alright. She's coming together. Alright, let's see. Let me just read this real quick. Yeah, I don't use it because I didn't know it existed, but I'll put in the options I'll use very often. Yeah, there's so many things Blender has, so I gotta check it out, definitely. It's like I'm making a croissant. Oh, looking awesome. Thanks, Azor. Hey, Ian. Thanks for joining. Don't you have a stream soon with Shiba and Yomi? Spooka time. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but things got pretty busy, and there was some work I had to finish up that took a bit longer than it was supposed to. So a smidgen, but I got it finished within the deadline, so it's all good. Yeah, juggling 2D and 3D is an art form. Oh yeah. Sometimes as a 3D artist, you're kind of also like a character artist in a way, because sometimes the side and back, and if there's a bit of placement perspective like this, you just have to do a little reorganizing a bit to make it work with you, you know? It's 2D doesn't work exactly like 3D, yeah. Well, as 3D artists, we gotta make it work. You know, I mean, obviously, I don't think it's gonna look exactly in this position because it'll clip through for sure, but, you know, this is 3D after all, so sometimes it is what it is, you know, you pick and choose your battles. And as 3D, you get the essence of it, you know? That's alright. Oh man, oh man, what was it? Yeah, yesterday, I'm an American, and I live in America. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But, man, I was so bummed out about, on the 19th, I was, like, so, like, drained and bummed out about TikTok getting banned. Oh my god, like, this amount, the sadness was unreal. I know it sounds really silly, but, man, TikTok really isn't truly is a cool experience, you know? I love that app. But I feel like things have changed a bit with the app now, so a little still a bit sad. I mean, I heard it's also only 90 days. That they're doing an extension on keeping the app here, but so I don't know. I'm not having high hopes. I don't want to feel like that again. But I'll always forever love that app. For something like this, maintaining a silhouette from the front while changing the side profile. I'll try skewing, only slightly though. Yeah, just a bit of rotation, yeah. Because that's, unless it was like floating here, I guess, but I don't think that's how it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like. Yeah, it's like kind of skewed in this one too a bit. So yeah, that's about right. I live in New Zealand and I'm more for TikTok too. Yeah, I mean, man, that app. I never felt. I never like. I don't think I ever binged as much, you know, on a social media platform as much as TikTok. You know, something about TikTok, man. Like their algorithm is a masterpiece. It's chef's kiss, honestly. My For You page, chef's kiss. Alright, let's make that metal. It's not perfect, but, you know. Oh, wait. Actually, let's get that. Okay. Something like that. But, yeah, I mean, I was feeling mixed feelings when it came back. Although I'm happy, but it's like they could snatch it off of you, you know? Just like I've done it before. So now the question is, do I keep it square or should I make it as leaves? Because each leaf is a little different. Same but different at the same time. Okay, I have an idea, but if I don't like it, I'll just remake the leaves again. It's not a big deal. I need some room for the leaves to go behind the moon. Okay. I was joking with my American friend that I have to send memes via the post. The old-fashioned way. Dude, I mean, yeah, it's gonna take some time, and then that meme is gonna get old once they receive it, but I'm sure that if I were your friend, I'll appreciate it nonetheless, you know what I mean? I'll be like, I got my fix. I remember seeing a video of this one girl that was in the metro. In front of her, there was this guy that had TikTok on his phone, and she's like, I'll pay him $5 for just 5 swipes on TikTok. I feel that. Oh man, that app, something else, dude. Now, question is, should I make the stem 3D? To 3D or not to 3D? That is the question, right? I'm gonna make the stem because environments, you know, if it's like general environments, right? It's not into too much scrutiny. Like you don't look into every blade of grass that closely, right? But and it's also for optimal reasons. But for like a character, you know, like you look at the face close up. So I might do a bit of leaf stem, so there's some like 3D-ness to it, you know, so it's not too flat when you close up look at it all the time. But the leaves can be flat, I think. I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, I think 3D stem, yeah. Because when you do close-ups on the face, you're gonna wanna it's gonna look a bit strange if everything's a bit too flat. No, let me think. Oh, I have an idea! Okay, instead of doing it, I'm gonna use curves instead. So I can make quick adjustments real quick, and let's see. Similar to how I made some of the hair strand. Let's see, path, object, oops, circle, and whoop, and then whoop. I can always, oh, wrong circle. Circle. Oh, no. Sorry, I did the wrong circle. Why did I do that? Let's see. There we are. Okay. Sorry, I didn't get much sleep. I mean, last night I did, but this, yeah, last night, but, oh, I don't know, everything is like, oh, no wonder, I'm going crazy, dude. Okay, sorry. My brain was not braining with me. How come it never brains with me when I'm streaming, bro? Brain, stop embarrassing me. Not sure if you know, but for my character, I have to use a toon shader with light and shadow texture. Is it possible in VRC? VRC as in like VR chat, right? Character to have toon shader with light and shadow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, totally. You can use I feel like Poyomi is great for that. Littoon I heard is pretty good too. I haven't used Littoon, but I think I might get into it since that's like another popular shader choice to use besides Poyomi. Yeah, but if you want like stylistic shadows, then you know they have like you can totally use Poyomi to do that. Oh, I should make this green. Green like grass. Maybe a little brighter so I can see it. Maybe this is too specular. Oh, that looks cool, actually. Why not do that before? See. So once I apply the curves, I can always, you know, like do a better adjustment. Sometimes curves, it's a little tricky sometimes. Okay. And then there's a leaf behind her. Oh, it's like around. Let me think about this. Wait a minute. Because the back is, I mean, it is detail oriented, but also like just like copying the leaves I make in the front to the back, because it's not too much of a difference. So I might just do that. And then let's make the leaves. So this is my plan. I plan for leaves. Thinking. So I'm gonna use transparency, and within the square I'm gonna, you know, draw the leaf. You know what I mean? Wait, she has a tail? I never knew. Yeah, I'm not sure if she shows it in her 2D, but yeah, in the reference she does. So I really want to make the tail. She looks really cool with the tail, you know? With the physics, it's gonna be a lot of fun seeing it wiggle. I love making like dragon, alien tails. They're really fun to make. Okay, I was considering just one more subdivision. And then get the shape close as possible. Doesn't have to be ultra perfect, right? Okay, just one more subdivision. Leaf! Wow. Hey, Dark Uncorn? Yes, thank you for joining the stream again. I appreciate ya. It's leaf time! So, I'm gonna use transparency, and each leaf is slightly different, so... Like, especially since it has that blue shadow. I mean, sure, light. You see what I mean later. Sometimes doing 3D is like a puzzle, you know? Like, it's kind of similar to making clothes. Oh, why? Oh, no, you didn't see my spelling. No. Oh my god, I spelled it like leave. Oh my. Did you? Oh, why did I spell leaf like leave? Oh my god. I gotta watch you make the tail. I need your secret. My secrets? My precious secrets of tail making? They shall be revealed once I reach it. Maybe I'll do it after I make the body. But I'm thinking about making the... I know it's pretty much like one pretty much like mesh object, right? But I think I'm gonna make it separate, so for the sake of my sanity too, you know? I'm making this model for fun. I'm gonna make it like to make all the techniques like... What matters is finishing it, you know? And yeah. I've been trying to make procedural scales for ages, but they never came out right. Oh, procedural scales. Dude, I totally have a tutorial I followed for that, but let me think. Like is the tail like what does the tail look like? Is it just like a snake? Because if it's like a snake, then I guess it will be much easier. If it has like limbs to it, like how my tail does for my avatar, so that's a bit trickier. But if it's just smooth like a snake, I could show you something, I guess, right now. But let me know if it's like a snake, or I mean like how the tail scales are like, or I don't know, if you know what I mean. My god, when I start the stream, my mind becomes like a mush, you know? Wait a second. This one. It would have been cool if the strands can be separate. I probably forgot. This tail does look smooth like a salamander, not scaly. Yeah, this tail is definitely smooth, but it has this like little crevice to it. So I'm thinking about using, but although the patterns of the tail, this crevice thing is pretty, you know, like repeating. So I'm gonna use array for that, and then put it on the curve, and then I can make it like transition to bigger to smaller, you know, and then this part is just easy, you know, it's just regular tail. But I don't. Yeah, I never really made like a crystal diamond stuff like this. I mean, I textured it, no problem, like a stylized, but I kind of want to try more diamondy look. You know what I mean? Like something with like a specular map to it or something. That I have an idea on how to do it, but once I get there, I'll get there. You know. No, it's more in the front actually. Scales on the body, but also a dragon tail. Oh yeah, like indents cuts? Yeah, this one has indents and cuts. And scales on the body, but also dragon tail. Yeah, give me a second. Let me see if I can remember. Okay, I'll focus on the stream for now, but maybe next stream I'll look it up again because I can't. I know I followed a tutorial on procedural scales and I used it and I baked it and it worked excellent, but it doesn't. Next stream I'll pop it up. I'll be prepped. I'll be prepped. I don't wanna distract myself too much. But yeah, I'll share that tutorial I followed with you, because it was pretty good. It worked great, and it was kind of like adding, I guess, like feathers to a body, but then you arrange it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain it. Trust the process. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I mean, leaves are pretty flat. This seems like a flat looking leaf, so I think I can get away with just having it like, you know, single face like this. And I know it's not like completely following the... Well, maybe I should actually. Why am I not following it? Okay, yeah. Oh, no. Wait, Is it too blocky still? Let me see. You know, it's not so bad. There's gonna be a good amount of leaves, so I don't wanna make it too pop. Well, actually, it's only 32K right now. But I wanna... nah. Gonna keep it. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna... Just one more subdivision. Just one more. I'll catch your next stream. Oh, yeah. Thanks for joining, Little Miss Heart. I appreciate ya. coming together. Ironically, I feel like the hat's getting in the way a little since I can't see. Sometimes I wish you could, in Blender, you can control the amount of like X-ray, because sometimes it's hard to see and sometimes it's like not enough opacity. Wish there was a way to like fine-tune that. By the way, I got some commissions. Can't wait to get them. Started using Skeb. So far, 2 artists have accepted. Very excited to see the results. I'm thinking about using them as like the starting soon screen. Very excited. Also on the waiting list for another artist I've been dying to be commissioning with, so I'm excited for that too. Waitlisted, but much excite. I feel sometimes it's more confusing with it than without. Yeah, there are times when it just, especially when you feel like a lot of meshes happening like at the same, overlapping each other, and then it gets like a little disorienting, especially when you look at it in wireframe. You're like, ah! It's like a bunch of cobwebs. I think some of them just need a little thing, you know, little thing. It's okay, guys. I care about the poly count. I swear. It's only just one subdivision. I might be a little smidgen, just a smidgen lazy with the connecting stem, because I might just like stick it in there, you know, so everything is more simplified. Wait a second. Yeah, I think I might do that. Oops. No. You sometimes it's more confusing. Yeah, especially with a lot of polys. Yeah. With a lot of polys, it just gets mad confusing. The leaves are so flat. Wait, now that I'm thinking about it, should I keep the leaves flat? You see, there's another idea I used before. Nah, it's gonna be fine. Move it to the front a little. It's gonna float a little, but that's okay. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. What the hell? Something like that. Now I'm starting to feel like doing something else. Maybe I should just start texturing the body now. Let's see. Let me save a duplicate of this body texture. Yeah, I recommend, as I said before, duplicating your, or you know, like your Blender file, your mesh sometimes, especially like in a rigging. It makes life much easier. Also, don't forget to duplicate your image textures time to time, just in case something happens, and then you have something to fall back on. You know what I mean? The amount of times it saved my life. Alright. The urge to jump around parts of a project is real. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta like switch it up a bit, you know? How should I do this? Let's see. Did I save this already? Do it again just in case. Delete the stuff I don't need. Heels. I start on the heels? Oh, I know what I did. I know what that is. It's before I made the toes. Okay. Okay, so I just put everything into one collection. So it was easy to hide the head and the hair and the clothing real quick, so... Oh, wait a second. My second duplicate mesh of the hat can be the purple part, now that I think about it. There we are. And I want it like nicely bright purple, you know? It's not perfect, but, you know, just a quick look at what it would look like. Oh, I don't need that. Alright. I don't duplicate. Not okay. What? What do you mean? Dude, duplicates saving lives, man. It's like a backup, you know, just in case. Okay, let's see. How should I go on tackling this? Let's see. Let's get rid of that. That. Okay, so background is a little messy, so okay. Let me think. Okay, I'll start from the chest. So sometimes what I like to do, as you can, what? It's so random. Oh my god. Yeah, why did I not? Okay. I made a silly goose mistake, dude. Okay, it's fine. Sew it back up together. Why did I've completely forgot to merge the, clear that seam for some reason. Seligosen, alright. Alright, back to what I was saying. Sometimes, especially like with rigging and texturing, I just hide. See how like something like crispy texture like this, like how the shadows like this and the middle is highlight. And I guess you could go in there and then, you know, like go for it. But what I like to do is, since I already separated the body like this, just hide the body. And how I selected that part was when I press L. Oh my god, I forgot to do the shortcut. Okay, my key strokes. Okay. If you have the, when you're in edit mode and you have the select mode and face select, you can select, you know, within the marked seam areas. See like how it collectively get all the faces of that aspect. So it makes it easier to select it with L and then hide it, you know? And then, you know, you just obviously press like what, Alt H to bring them back. And then, and why do I do that? Because in texture, and then it was much easier to get that shadow in. So I'm just gonna do like a general texture and then, you know, fix it from there. To me, I think I'm too lucky. I only lost the texture file only once. What? Talk about lucky. I think there's sometimes like I don't like how I did a texture, and then it just makes it easier for me to go back and be like, I'll just start over again, you know, because I can do better. But there's times when I like in Kirita, like I accidentally saved the layer wrong, you know, like made my layer order wrong or something like that, and then it helps me like get it back together, you know. So sometimes if you notice, like since these breasts are pretty close together, it's kind of like hard to texture in the middle. Wait a second. Actually, I didn't even have my symmetry on. Oh, life. Okay, now I'll have my symmetry on. Sometimes, I know it's kind of funny, but I duplicate these. And then I move them. I know this is on a little unorthodox way of texturing, but this is sometimes if the objects are too close to each other, like this. If I texture now like this, it affects the same way. So let me just do a, you know, a drastic color. See, it affects the see, because they have the same UV island, and it just helps me like get in between of the objects real quick without affecting anything else, you know what I mean? And then I'm gonna go back in Kirita and, you know, get some blur, because the Blender blur is not exactly the best, so Kirita is much stronger for that. Gonna have to make that smoother. 4 boobs. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it helps when you're doing certain texturing certain parts of the body or object or whatever, you know. Okay, it's not gonna be perfect, but I just really need a general. Oops. Silly Goosen, dude. Just general texture going. And then she has a shadow under her neck. And I guess but when you're doing stylized projects, it is a good idea to just color in with the shadow, like some strong shadows like under the neck, because you know, like sometimes the lighting can be different and you can't always rely on the lighting, so when people take pictures and stuff, like it'll look good, you know what I mean? Like there'll always be a shadow down the neck, so you don't have to worry about the lighting. most VTuber avatars don't use dynamic lights, right? Emission nodes don't really react to light sources. I mean, there are sometimes they don't, but I mean, but like I said, you know, like how I showed you with the proxy shadows on the face, like it is a good idea to have some shadows that actually interact with the light, because it makes it look more dynamic, you know, like more interesting, even with the anime style. So like having like cell shaded shadow looking, you know. But some like basic shadows in certain areas wouldn't hurt, you know. So it always 100% has that shadow stylistically right there. And it also, this like bottom neck shadow especially, like definitely differentiates the neck from the face. So like the face stands out a bit more, you know. So it doesn't look like one like, I guess like doesn't blend in too much, you know. In case like the lighting is too flat at that time. And I'm gonna make these like neck collar lines on another layer, so as I'm like rendering it, I don't like accidentally over render over it, and then it's like annoying to add it again, you know. Let's see, the line is right here. So I know this is gonna be strange as well, but just like since I showed you like how L selects a certain amount of mesh within the marked seams, right? I want, let's say, this top section. I'm just gonna mark a seam right there. Mark seam. And then once I finish texturing, I'm gonna get rid of that. But just to like make it easier for myself when texturing, I'll section it off for now. So I can get easier do shadows easier. Wait a second. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. I need my anatomy reference book out. Let me just see. Okay, I mean, this is just a rough shading at the moment, so just to get the general shadows going, you know? Why is it lagging? Okay, please don't lag. Oh, I think my computer is running out of storage. Hang in there! Oh man, I've been recording my process a lot, so... And right now I'm just texturing... Oh god, okay, yeah, texturing with a mouse. So... I can just, you know, like, general shadows going. And I don't... it helps me stop being a perfectionist, you know? I mean, I guess I could make vertex groups too, but just don't really need it that specifically at the moment. I would use it in a air kit. It makes life a lot easier. It always amazes me how some light shading makes a huge difference. Art is so awesome. Oh yeah, for sure. Just a bit of rendering and does make a big difference. Oops. Oops, what the? I'll put it up there. Wait, it's not a good reference. I think this was the good reference. Yeah. Yeah, that's the high quality one. Okay. Alright, now I'm getting onto the tablet and then just getting some general idea going. I'm like going back and forth between my anatomy reference and stylization, because you know it's like stylization is stylizing real life, so something like this. And it's always good to use a external reference anyway, you know. Still fixable, but you know, getting general shadows in. And once I get rigging going too, sometimes rigging makes some aspects easier too. But let's get some highlights over here. I'll probably use rim lighting to do this part, and with like Poyomi. So just get it. Even though there's a tail and suit over it. What do you mean? On the back, the butt? Yeah, I'm thinking about making it into a separate object, so it's not gonna be connected like this. But, you know, like for example, like I think like kind of like have it right here, so she can easily toggle it off and on, as a toggle, and yeah. It'll be more straightforward that way for me. So, let's see. So the thing with stylization, sometimes it's good to have a little bit of shadows on the side, but it seems a bit deep, so I might make it a little lighter. So it's like there, but not too strong. And I'll use Kirita too. I'm gonna try to follow the stylization of the knee of the clothing. Should be shaded a little bit lightness in the inside and then deeper in the inside. Oh, maybe too bright. Give it a gap. Wait a second, this is more round. So and then I'll smooth out this part a bit. It's gonna lag a little since it's Blender. Give it a second. Wait, maybe I should just do it with Kirita now that I think about it. What's the current poly count? Let's see. It is... let's see. $34K. I love that she has a belly. Such a cool character. Oh yeah, she's an awesome design. That's not too bad. Oh yeah. Not at all. Could become much higher after I finish the tail. Probably like 70K or something. But tails need a good amount, and as you can see, it's a big tail. The body's a little tricky to shade because she has the clothing on top of it, but trying to get, you know, like the general highlights and stuff. So. Oops.
You're my music, but you tear me to pieces. So where does it come from? The scene that keeps playing on repeat ignores the rule of thumb. Oh, where does it come from?
Oh man.
Oh, where does it come from? All your emotions with your heart on your sleeve, it won't fade until you paint it black. I let it burn, you call the fire brigade, but I feel that it will come back. Oh, where
second. Oh. I'll add this purple mark of the tail on a different layer. And then I'll probably use like a deeper shading on the other areas. So right now I know the colors look washed out and a little weak, but I'm just trying to get the general shading going, you know? Kind of like sketching, you know, I guess. It's a bit different with the curves. Would you model the clothes as a different mesh or a texture paint or a different texture on top? What is it? I'm thinking about just duplicating the body and then just changing a bit of the retopology to, you know, like some parts of it like sticks out a bit, squishes out, and then have the boots like this. Like, kind of did it for another outfit, for another commission, where the body, I made the body a part of the clothing, so it's easy to, how do I, the words are not articulating with me today, to rig and things like that, and texture. So they would be combined. We letting you cook? Yeah, let me cook. I'm still cooking. Don't take the stove away from me. Okay, let's see. I made the shadows a bit too. I think if I blur it, it'll be okay, actually. I think I should. Okay. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna blur it with Kirida, the body texture. One second, let me just blur. Oh, I should turn on the auto reload, and you can see the blur I'm doing as I save my Kirida. 1 second. I'm just blurring out the shading at the moment. Cheer it up. And now working on the back. I know it's a little dull at the moment, just blurring. 1 second, I'm almost done. I would switch the screen, but I'm afraid to accidentally reveal any of the NDA stuff. It like you know how like when you say open your recent file or something, I'm just afraid it might pop up, so not gonna risk that. Okay, 1 sec, I'm almost done. Alright. Aha! See? Nice and blurred. There's some aspects that aren't perfect, but, you know, it does the general blur. Since the weakness is obviously, like, at the seam lines, but that's when the blender blur itself can come in and, you know, just do a little smudge. Sometimes looking at the reference far away can help you see the shadows a lot better. So, just compare real quick. Definitely needs these sparkle highlights. Still trying to figure it out how I should go about that. Probably could make us little like sparkle stencil with like a starry brush or something, and then just use that. It's a bit too strong. Hmm. Oh, what's happening in the back of the leg? Oh, that's the shoes. Everyone? Ah, I was like, oh my god, no way, I have to start over again. So, kind of wanna, because of the clothing transparency, it's a little hard to see, but I'm gonna add the highlights and some of this neck shadow area. And when doing transparency like this with the body, it's good to, depends on the situation, but I recommend just making it, baking your body texture onto this part of the clothing and then change the color into like this dark mesh color or whatever mesh color you have, so you don't have to worry about using, you know, like transparency shade, you know, material, or separating your mesh to accommodate the transparency. You see what I mean, because I'll do that in the I'll be doing that once I make the clothing. Hey Nooblubs, thanks for joining. Fascinating. Fascinating. Maybe I should start the hat. Wait, no, I kind of want to start the hair now. What? I wonder if I should have the hair in the same... How many image? 1, 2, 3. Oh, You know what? I'm gonna make the hair different material. That's what I like to do sometimes. Alright, hair time. Or should I start on the clothing? No, I'm not done with the body yet. Alright, I think last time I was able to get the hair with just the hairline. There we are. Okay, now the tricky part. Now let me think about this. Sectioning, it's like one form, but also like there are some parts that are sectioned off, you know? This makes it tricky. So this reference has the old hair, and I need to follow this hair more. I think I missed it, but how do you make the inside of the hat a different color from the outside on the brim? Oh, actually, it's not exactly too... It is just one color, but I haven't, you know, the duplicate of the hat. You know, my older hat, and then my duplicate, and then it was a little smaller than the black part of the hat, so, you know, I just turned that purple. Yeah, but I know how to make the nodes specifically for back face texturing, and I can show you the settings later once I get to that part, because I probably have to use it for the hat anyway in the future, so stay tuned. Does it have a thickness? I can't see. Oh yeah, it's I mean, no thickness, just separate mesh, yeah. I'll get rid of it once I start texturing, but it's just for like preview purposes, you know. Alright, you know what? I'm thinking too much. So I'm gonna just jump into it. And then, like, I'll just start over again if I don't like it. Okay, hairline. Okay. Okay, let's start with this hair first. Okay, I'm gonna add subdivisions when I need it, and I'll get rid of the ones I don't need. But right now, just gonna add it. Just go for it, you know. Analysis paralysis is not good at all. And then I'll just, you know, remake it if I don't like it. Well, stay tuned. Indeed. So when it comes to like two strands like this, but then is that connected to one big strand, as you can see, I think it's good to focus on the main strand and then add the second strand later. But right now, wait, I think I have just too many. Still only 32k. It's not too bad, but I'll make it a little less up here later, but right now I need to. Where does it start? Let's see. It starts about kind of like right here, right? So Oops. No, I'm adding a lot of subdivisions, but just I'll get rid of it, or you know, see. Okay, I know the hair is gonna look bad on another angle, but right now sometimes just focusing on one perspective can, you know, so gets the job done, and then fix it from the side later. Sometimes it's just easier that way. Because I want this edge to, wait. Yeah, I do want this edge. I want this edge to be on that, you know, this edge of this hair part. Okay, let's see what that would look like. Okay, I'm just curious. Wait a second. Side view, side view. Kind of shows the inside. Let me think about this. Like, it shows the inside right here, so nothing. Oh. Okay. Always tricky. Push the hair back a bit. I know the mascara is a bit stronger on the side view, but in the front view, you know, I'm following the front view a bit more. Front view is the most important part, so following the front view reference. But there's times when the side view doesn't exactly align with the main front, so just make the adjustments and okay, wait. Or wait, actually, maybe I shouldn't have done that. In fact, I'm gonna push this back up a lot. And have this inside part as a separate mesh, so it's like really snug against the forehead, you know, because I think it's not good to have that as one mesh to do that. Because it's like really sharp looking, you know. Oh, she's cute. Oh yeah, very cute character indeed. But I like her little alien mascot, it's very cute. But thank you for joining, FD69. Nice. If I'm lucky, I can even delete some of those mesh. We'll see. I'm gonna use this one for that inside. Yeah. Like whoosh, you know, whoosh. Wait. Now that I think about it, should I make it a different layer? A little indecisive, eh? Because this part of the hair is never gonna move. It's gonna like start, the rig is gonna probably like start right here. Let me think about this for a second. Huh. I'm EP, man. Okay, let me duplicate this. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm finally using your tip. Was it Shift R, right? That makes my life a lot easier, actually. I remembered. Thanks for that tip. It's pretty good. Mothic. Yeah, thanks. Hi, model's looking great. Thank you, thank you. It is getting there, it is getting there. Thinking of the best way to handle this, because they're like connected, but then it's like a sharp edge, you know what I mean? So wait, should mark the sharp in this one too, actually. And then let's see. Oh yeah, that sharpness really brings it out, and then make the angle big, because sometimes if your angle is not big enough, like other parts that are not the same like similar angle will make a sharp, but if you make it bigger and smoother, then only the marked sharps would pop out, you know? But yeah, I think I might keep this sharp, since the sharp ends kind of right at the ear. And this one kind of ends at the strand, so I might just go do that. I'm gonna also mark this as a mark the seam. Duplicate this. And hide this. It's like a puzzle. I mean, if I do a crappy job now, it's gonna be a waste of time in the future if I want to change something drastic, you know? So you gotta really get into this technical modeling part. Sharp edges look nice. Yeah, sharp edges, pretty good. Ever since I learned about it, I'm like, whoa. Gotta use it everywhere. Oh yeah, I think I'm not gonna go for that. The inside sticks out from the outside. But not exactly for the other side. But not really, it's like scooping in, right? So wait. Something like that. Hang in there, guys. It's a little technically boring, but just thinking about how to approach this is tricky, you know? Especially like hairlines usually are very tricky in my opinion. But instead of using like transparency, or like, you know, like how you would draw like this for the hair and then transparency, you could do that. But I just like to texture it with the skin, you know? So you don't have to worry about making this part big enough so it doesn't look too pixelated. I would just like shade a little bit of the skin here and then draw, and then it looks pretty seamless, you know? But you know, I think I like the effect. I'm glad I did it one mesh actually, because this looks more better in my opinion as one mesh. So okay, I'm glad I did that. Respect time skills. Hey, welcome. Dope stuff. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thanks guys. Trying my best here, guys. Just using this as a break before I jump back into comms again. A lot of things to do. My break is just modeling forever and ever. And then I gotta remodel my my redesign. Yeah, you know what I mean? Redesigning. The curse of an artist. Gotta redesign your OCs every 2 seconds. So I'm gonna do that later, but first, wait, need to fix the hairline. So you wanna just do it like not at the hair, but just a smidgen below it, you know? Oops. Oh, sculpting mode. No, I didn't know sculpting mode takes the auto smooth away, but once you exit out, it comes back. Thank you, Sculpt. It's exactly what you need to do. Maybe I should just go for proportional editing, actually. You've inspired me to do a little modeling for fun tonight. I haven't touched my model since I made her. Yeah, that's what I did with my own VTuber redesign. I did finished recently. It was on the back shelf, and then I was like redesigning and remodeling. And no, at this point, I was like, you know what? My New Year's resolution. Let's finish it. And then I finished modeling everything. I just had to finish the export. So I pretty much finished it last year. I just finished the export January 1st, literally. So one down on my bucket 2025 bucket list. But yeah, sometimes you just have to grit through it a little bit, you know. For some reason, doing your own design work is like not as fun as doing other people's design work. I don't know why. I like working on other people's commission rather than my own stuff sometimes. Can't stop changing things on my Sona. Exactly, dude. Oh my god. You know, you're like, ooh, I got a better idea. Sometimes you just have to stay with it and then just you know, what matters is getting it done, you know? So you gotta bring them to life. So I'm trying to stick it out, you know, just like how it kind of is, but then kind of not at the same time, like a wave. But sometimes it's not gonna be perfect. Just this image. Oh, I know. I'll just push this back a little. Push this much back. And then she has a bit of a sideburn I need to add as well. Wait, does she have that? Yes, okay. I feel that, honestly. Yes, I feel that too. I'm feeling it! Man, I wish Sculpt just kept the auto normals. So I can see see that seam. You know what's so tricky about side and front is that sometimes when you fix the side, the front doesn't look as good, and then vice versa, and you're like back and forth. But you'll find that sweet spot, right? Am I right, guys? I added a pocket station earring thing, some bead bracelets, and painted the palms of the hands a lighter color. Nice, good work. as they say, like every little step counts, you know? I remember hearing a saying like 1% a day becomes 100% later, right? After 100 days, so don't give up. That's all I got to say. Even if it's a little step. You know what? Not liking how like it makes think. Okay, you know what? I kind of like it when it's pushed forward a bit. It's not gonna be completely accurate on the side, but what matters is the front. But so I need to make it aesthetically work while giving the front the priority. You know what I mean? So when I model, I always give the front the most priority. But you know, you try your best to accommodate the side and the back. I think I've been fiddling around with that too much. I think I need to work on the next strand. I'm usually more surprised when the front and side do line up. Yeah, yeah, me too. I mean, I don't think I had that yet so far. I do appreciate it though when there's a pretty, you know, like a pretty good side reference, so I understand how some side details that I couldn't see from the front can, you know, happen. But usually not the case, but that's okay, you know. It's like sometimes it's like tricky to but I mean, I think you should just draw it how you imagine it, and then the 3D should just follow the reference, in my opinion, because then you'll be like overthinking on how it would look 3D, if you know what I mean. So let the 3D people think of how it would work. It's kind of like how the architect draws all the crazy architecture and the engineers like gotta figure it out, you know what I mean? Something like that. Okay, I'm thinking about see how this is like one strand. Essentially, I might make this one a different strand, but then this one a whole chunk right here. Why did I? Why did I make that strand like right there so oddly? Wait a second. No. That flow is good. I kind of like that flow now that I think about it. Good job, past me. You had the brains. I'll never doubt you again. Yeah. Something like that. A bit to the back so it flows a bit better, you know. Her hair is like a mist, like a foggy cloud. Flows like the mist, like a waterfall kind of thing. Don't worry, this is just very basic hair setup right now. I'll be fixing it up a lot, so let's see. Mesh. Oh, mark sharp. Love that you also talk to past me and future me. That's my favorite. Hey, you gotta give credit to your past and future selves. Just gotta give yourself self-love, man. No one's gotta. You gotta be your own biggest fan. You and yourself go through thick and thin, right? Exactly, yeah. Okay. I'll lift up the mesh so it'll be a bit above the forehead, so it's not like kind of a little wonky, but it's not too bad like this either, because if I just texture it right, then it's gonna like blend in. But yeah, there are so many things I do or don't do when modeling, like this is for you, future M, or sorry about this, future M. Yeah, it's like, yeah, sometimes when I'm like so tired working on the like rig, for example, I'm like, I'll just pass it on to you, tomorrow me. it's tomorrow me's problem. Experience today, actually. What do you mean? What'd you do? Like, did you thank your past or? Wait, no, can't thank your future. Can you thank your future self? Maybe it's like, thank you, future me, for still existing. Oh yeah, why not? Why not thank your future self? Tomorrow's Mokuna. Why have you forsaken me? Ah. Sorry, me. I couldn't handle it. It wasn't exactly good. And man, the world's tough right now. Gotta give yourself a break. Give your past self a break. Yep, like this. But maybe I should make the inside a different color, now that I think about it. Yeah, there we go. So the inside has a slightly different color, so you can see it much more better. Actually, even when I'm sculpting, it'll be better too. Okay, gonna just do it for the front, so I can get a much better idea visually. Oops. There we go. Something like that. Should I make it deeper? No, deeper color. Yeah, that makes it easier to see. Oh yeah, oh yeah. All coming together. Trying to think, do I like texturing the hair? So it depends on the hair, right? Hair is not bad in my opinion. I think texturing the face is the most fun in my opinion. Texturing the face and clothing, I think, are my favorite. And the tail, if they have one. Hmm. I think it's coming together. For modeling people out there, what's your favorite step of the modeling process, guys? Not like it crooked up? Eh. Because I also make models in the day, clay, plastic, such. It's modeling itself with the base mesh, or like make the base mesh. Oh yeah, modeling itself is pretty fun. That's true. I do like the modeling stage. I think texturing is my least favorite, honestly. Besides texturing some of my favorite parts like the face and tail and clothing, bits of clothing sometimes. Well, you know, it's gonna be a favorite part for everything and a not favorite part for everything. It is what it is. Not everything can be sunshines and rainbows. It's like eating your medicine before you get to the good stuff, you know? Or your veggies, I guess. Modeling, texturing, same. I wouldn't have guessed that. You're very skilled at texturing. Really? Oh, thank you. Man, people out there are like gods at texturing. So I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you. I try. Yeah, I feel like slow as a slug when I texture that. Eesh. Even a slug will be faster than me. Yes, except for hands and feet. Hands and feet. Yeah, those are tough. Those are tough. I agree. That's why I like baking the body, so baking the AO with a little color to it, so I can get like in between the fingers and toes. Because those, especially getting like seamless, and since blur kind of sucks with Blender, it's just AO bakes are saving my life as a base. You know, I duplicated my hair mesh, but I mixed them up, so I should have done that. I should have made a little collection folder for them. Front. Collection here. Front. And then I'll just organize all that stuff later. I'm ass at drawing, so the texturing is not my favorite. Yeah, texturing is like sometimes it feels like the greatest thing in the world, and then at some point you're just like, oh, this is pain. But it must be done. Whoa. Just drop my mic. Rigging even less, but that's cause I haven't done a lot of it yet, so. I think rigging is kind of fun, you know? I think there are some rigging I would say that's not my favorite to do, and that's probably off the shoulder stuff, you know? But I think I recently, I was like so tired of like doing it a certain way because how do I explain it? Like, what the heck? Wait a second. Oh, this is a weird vertice. Oh wait, I see what it is. Okay. It's just, yeah, off the shoulders are always tricky, but I think I figured out a way to do it. And off the shoulders are tricky because sometimes it works well with one program like VCFace and Vinyan and, you know, stuff like that, and then suddenly when you put in like VRChat, it acts differently, and then it kills me inside, and then I have to go back and forth, but I think I figured out a way to do it in a decent way, you know what I mean? So I think I gotta make a tutorial later, but if I do make a tutorial, I'll probably release it in February since I need to finish some of these comms. Hey, Takan Abunana. I hope I said that right. 2025 best wishes. Oh, I'm wishing you best wishes as well. It's been a eventful month, I have to say, all over the world. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want to get too deep into it, but I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about, you know? Because we all live in this earth together. Actually, this is hell. Yeah. You reach enlightenment and then hell, and then it's like a back and forth roller coaster of circle, whatever. But then when you're done, you're like, yes, I survived. Okay, question is, should I make this a different strand? Okay. And the answer is no, I guess. I honestly need to get better at doing rig stuff. I currently only use bones with IDK drives, etc. Now, let me tell you a little secret. Well, I don't like through Blender, since I'm mainly specifically focused on making these models for, like, you know, VTubing, right? I don't really use drivers or IK really, but through Blender, you know what I mean? Like, I use like rotation constraints and stuff with Unity, so like for off-the-shoulder stuff, sometimes I would use rotation constraints, or if the heel is super high, like a platform, but I do want the toes to bend, I'll use rotation constraints on that as well. Something like that, you know what I mean? But I don't really use like Blender specific rigging stuff because I don't really need it from what I've been doing so far, you know? But that's from personal experience. Everyone can be a bit different, so I don't know. I don't wanna be like preaching about it, but you know, but this is personally my experience. Didn't really need it. Since yeah. I really wish that the 3D artist community had more of a culture for splitting the modeling art rigging work like the 2D art scene does. Oh my god, yeah, that's so true. But I don't know, sometimes with 3D, I don't know, that's just, I never did the 2D rig or, you know, 2D drawing, like you know, like splitting it up into specifically for 2D stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, I've done illustrations before, but never like splitting them up specifically for rigging, right? So I can't like tell you exactly from my experience, but I feel like with 3D is a little tricky, right? Because I don't know. In my opinion, I feel like something with 3D is a bit tricky. Because everyone, there's like different ways to do things in 3D, but I feel like in 2D it's a bit more straightforward, right? Like even if you have to like slice up the image a bit more for rigging and stuff, it's pretty like straightforward in my opinion. I don't know, maybe that's just from, you know, just like, I'm just speculating. But I'm not saying like it's easy or 3D makes it's like harder or anything. Like no, like I'm sure they take equal amounts of work. You know, like they both have their hardships and easiness or whatever. But maybe that's why it's like nothing really like specific. You know. But yeah, I'm not dissing on 2D stuff. Like 2D stuff can be very complicated too. So the amount of layers needed is crazy sometimes. It's like wow. But still, I feel like like 3D rigging. I don't know how to explain it, but but I'm not like saying it's easier or harder, but it's just different. That's all I have to say to that. Like they're both equally hard, for sure. Not stuff like controllers and fancy looking ones like Rigify. Actually, I don't use Rigify either. I know people recommend it to me a lot, but I just make my rig from scratch. I don't know. Personally, I just find that much easier to do. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just what I like to do. Let's see. Rigify might as well be ancient Chinese for all that I do not understand it. Yeah, I mean, Rigify, I think I tried it once, but I didn't understand it either, so I just went back to what I workflow. Sometimes I do that, and then sometimes I return to the tool I didn't understand before, and then I'm like, wait, I understand it now, you know what I mean? But so far it hasn't clicked for me yet, so putting it in the back burner for or back what's the back shelf for now. You should rig hairline so it can receive. That would be interesting. Say goodbye to hair. Oh shucks, I gotta go. Good night, y'all, and happy modeling. Catch you later. Oh, see ya. I'm sorry I didn't see this earlier, but thank you for joining again. Okay, I think this is the main strand, and then I'll make this the separate strand. Sorry if I don't reply to chat as fast as possible. Sometimes I need to focus a little bit. I find it like hard to like refocus again once I lose my focus. I think that's why I like to jump around when I model, and I think that's why I like Blender the best as a program, because I can jump around. You know what I mean? Like once. I'm sure other programs can do that too, but it's like Blender, something about it's like flexible and free. Yeah, the freedom to be free. I know that's a lot of polys, but I'll clean it up later. But right now, I need to get the shape first. Or maybe I will keep it, just spread it a bit better, since I am rigging it, so the hair is nice and smooth when it's like moving, not too chonky. No, not too janky. Not too. Oh no, sorry, blocky. Because sometimes when the hair bends, like you'll see the blockiness a lot if you don't have enough poly. So For hair, sometimes just splurge a little bit of poly is good, you know? Free! Free! Freedom! Oh man, texturing this hair is gonna be tricky. But I feel like I always say I have another technique. So I feel like there's a gradient, you see, right? Like how this is like a little deeper purple, lighter purple, and maybe a little deeper, lighter, and then deeper, and then lighter over here, right? And then it's gonna be tricky if you just like texture it. Obviously, like the back of it is not gonna get textured, right? So I'll show you a technique on where after you unwrap the hair, you can get a general bake of the gradient of the hair. I thought I'd post that tip on Twitter too, now that I think about it. I keep forgetting. Also, I gotta drop the shoulder rigging tutorial as well. It's not perfect, but I think it allows you to what do you call it? You know how people like model the body with the A pose, which makes it harder to rig. Rig the shoulders. The technique I figured out. It's gonna help you you're just gonna able to just keep the T pose, which makes the shoulders easier to rig, and then yeah, you'll see what I mean. I was so frustrated with off the shoulder stuff because I had to go back and forth. I was like trying to figure it out like crazy. Like an easier way to rig it. I was like, wait a second, dude. I think I figured it out. Make the shoulder spaghetti. How do I make the shoulder spaghetti? Hey Luke, who are you modeling? I am modeling MOONBTCH. Well, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say the full name, but this is who I'm modeling. She's coming together. I'm slow as a slug with the hair, but if I don't take the time to do the hair now, then I'm gonna have to make major changes now, so bear with me, guys. Are we gonna clip this, guys? We can use it at a blackmail later. The shoulders as spaghetti? How do I make the shoulders spaghetti? I'm not... Huh? I don't understand. Forbidden spaghetti. The shoulders? Where is it? Oh, there it is. I need to make this strand. That one's a bit tricky, I guess. No bones. She's gonna need a lot of bones later. Especially on the tail. I like the color palette. Yeah, she has a very nice color palette. I like the little sparkles she has on like tips of her nose and stuff. Gives a cool, it's like starry theme, you know, just like her alien theme and her hat. It's pretty rad. I think I should just make this like a completely separate mesh, so I don't have to worry about another strand on this hair part, you know. It's a lot of hair happening, you know. I'm gonna push that back and then push this back. Okay, it starts kind of like in the middle. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Is she an alien elf? Something? No, something like that. She's a alien witch. A lot of hair happening. The hair of every model ever made and to be ever made. The truest facts. The prophecy. Indeed. You have awesome, you have awesome rendering skills. I'm still learning Blender, very overwhelming. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, when I first got started, I was very overwhelmed too, I'll be real. But yeah, I would take it, you know, don't be too hard on yourself. Do it one at a time. I remember doing that donut tutorial. I think you know what I mean. And I was still like, what? And then I really wanted to make avatars, so I got Vroid, and since I literally had no clue on the workflow on how to make an avatar, but it gave me like an idea on how to get started. And then that's when I really like self-studied after I like, oh, look, this is how you get model the hair, or this is how you texture the body potentially, right? And then you figure it out from there, and then you find your own workflow. But you know, like, well, take it one step at a time, and don't be too hard on yourself, you know? It'll take some time, but you'll get there. And I know Ziggy is making YouTube VTuber YouTube tutorials right now. He's like slowly releasing the parts. Yeah, they look pretty rad. So check it out too. Mr. Ziggy, right? Oh, please raise my voice. Wait, let me see. Okay, my microphone is on high, but let me know if I have any issues. I think I was standing too far away from the mic. Sometimes I slouch and then I get a little further away from my mic. Maybe I'll make the music also a smidgen lower, but let me know if the sound is doing alright. Just speak louder, alright. I'm not I'm not a very good yapper. Sorry. I'm not very fluent in yap. Lol donut, yes, I made a few things, but very simple things. Thank you for uplifting words. Yeah. When I was starting out, it was tough. I'll tell you, it was tough. But don't give up. As I said, like that saying, like that 1% per day will become 100 later, right? So, you know, sometimes give yourself a break, you know, and try other things, and then come back to it. You'll get there. You'll get there. 3D is tough. There's a lot to learn. I'll say. And then you'll learn a lot of new things. And also, I recommend joining like Discord groups, art groups, you know, like looking at a lot of speed modeling of other people, how they do their own workflows. Especially like for texturing stuff, you learn, in my opinion, from like 2D illustrator artists, how they render, in my opinion. I feel like you learn a lot from 2D texture digital artists, you know. I do have you maxed out as well. You're good though. Oh, sorry. I mean, I really don't know how I get my volume up. Everything, my volume output is like 100%. And then let me check my Discord. Well, yeah, everything is like pretty high, but my bad, guys. I don't know. Even when I check back on my streams, I have to put it on kind of 100% on my volume too. I don't know why. I'm not a streamer. I'm trying. I recommend making what you want to make right away. At least for me, I don't like following tutorials to create stuff I don't really care about. Oh, I actually really agree with this tip for what Emothic said. Making the things that you want to make, because that's obviously gonna give you the best motivation. So, you know, like I wanted to make avatars, human avatars, like deeply really wanted to. So I was like really focusing and like on making that and making it for VTuber specifically. But if you like animals and you want to make animals, go for it, you know. There's also animal VTubers if you want to make an animal VTuber, so those are fun. I really want to make an animal or like a furry avatar, so I want to show people I can make furries too and take some furry commissions, because furries, they're really rad. They're really cool. Their designs are cool. Is this a commission? No. This is not a commission. I'm just making this for fun. I did ask her permission though, if I can make the model, and she was like, yeah, sure, why not? So yeah. So that's why, you know, some parts I'm just gonna like how I'm making the tail separate from the body, like that's why I would do that. But if this was a commission, I would combine everything and, you know, but to make sure I finish, you know, just generally finish in a generally good time. Because I don't want to be working on this forever. Work on some other stuff too, and stream other stuff too. I'm gonna just, you know. So I'm just doing this for fun. I liked her design. The Last Airbender. I want to make robots, but they told me it was too low topology. I mean, why not? Then make, I mean, but what, is it so bad to make a robot with low topology? Like, sometimes if you sometimes low poly stuff can be amazing, you know, like like does it have to be like a Gundam or something? Like why does it have to be too complicated? Um, it just depends on the design, and if making low poly robots is what you like to make, then why not, you know? Like, you know, I would say like for like Animal Crossing, it like the characters are pretty low poly, but they're very aesthetically pleasing with the textures, right? Like low poly doesn't mean like it's like bad or anything. I mean, I'm not sure who's they or why low poly is bad, but like really like I don't know, like it just depends on the aesthetics and style, right? Like you can do a lot of things with low poly stuff. In fact, I feel like it's better as low poly since it'll be more optimized that way too. It won't make your computer explode. But yeah, do what you want to make. I mean, if it's like homework or something, I guess you got no choice, right? But then make low poly robots in your own time, like, you know, like why not? Honestly, no one's stopping you from making low poly robots. Do what your heart tells you to do. Low poly robots, man. So I'm trying to do something more CAD based for it. I mean, yeah, I mean, do with the program that you enjoy using, you know? I like using Blender, so that's why I use Blender for my stuff. I mainly use SketchUp, but it sucks with Blender type rendering. Oh, dealing with mic volume, have to go into sound volume in your PC and turn it up. Oh man. Okay, wait. Really? Is it that bad? Oh man. Wait a second. Is it because I have noise suppression? I'm gonna turn that off and then let me noise suppression with Discord. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off and then let me know if it makes a difference, okay? Okay, let me know if that made it worse or better. I have no clue, so let me know. Volume, I feel like volume with OBS is like my weakness. Let's see. The question whether the digestive system continues down the tail or not. Huh? I mean, probably not, right? I don't know. Seems the same, really? Oops, wait. Okay, wait. I also have noise suppression with the OBS too, so I don't know, making that lower maybe? Okay, let me know if that fixed anything. I don't know, I'm just fiddling around with the settings. Not sure if that did anything, but let me know. I think I'll do like a test stream on myself and then figure out the best setting. I don't know, they were really nitpicky and I was worried about it being optimized and Unreal and you being stuff. Turns out Unreal screwed it up too because when I imported the animation it was a mess. Yeah, I mean... I can't exactly pinpoint what could the problem be and I'm not well versed in Unreal. So far I only know like Unity, but yeah, I mean, if it was homework, then I guess, you know, it is what it is, but then you should do your own passion projects in your own time too. Like, that's what I do with my in-between times, like, as you can see right now. Just doing it for fun right now. But yeah, I mean, don't be disheartened, you know, everyone has different opinions, and yeah, I mean, that's their opinion, and then you make what you want, and you know, on the side, like, more portfolio pieces, if anything. It's good. Low poly things are cool. It's all up to you. Exactly, yeah. Most of my models are low to mid poly, if that's even a term. Yeah, that's a term, because, you know, like, compared to, like, I don't know, like, Animal Crossing models to like a Final Fantasy character model, like that's low and high poly, you know what I mean? Like it is a big difference. My volume drops at 30 or 40. I'll have to turn them back up to like 80. Really, my mic volume right now in OBS is like 100. So maybe it's my microphone. Now that I think about it, I don't know. I feel like. Do you think my microphone quality is good? Because maybe it's time to get a new one. It's kind of old. So I was like, I'm not really a streamer, so I'll just use my old mic, and it's like, oh, my. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's streamer time. Oops, not that. There we are. There's filters in OBS that let you boost. Yeah, I'm not really a master with OBS yet, so I think I gotta do my own research in my own time, so sorry guys, bear with me now, and then I'll figure it out once for the next stream. But I am pretty close to the mic at the moment, so I hope it's doing much better than before, you know? Strand is like behind the hair. I mean, behind the ear. Wait. No, I'm still gonna keep it in the front. It's like front-ish. But I'll put it in the back like this. I was taught to either go big or go home with 3D models, so they either look realistic or not. Hopefully I'll break that habit soon for a show I'm part of. I'm gonna try doing low poly. Oh man, what? I mean, that's so, I don't know, narrow-minded, I guess, like, cause I mean, there's so many cool stylized stuff that doesn't need that many that many polygons, right? Like there's, it's art, like what art should not be so rigid, right? Like I don't know, like like I would say some for example, like I guess like Okami, right? Like it's super stylistic, and that they had to work with the limitations back then, so that's why they chose that style, you know, like that brush traditional look, so they, you know, they couldn't fully go on to that fully realistic wolf because it it wouldn't allow it back then, because, you know, like what was it, like PlayStation 2, right? It couldn't handle something too big like that, like too realistic. But you know, I think that's the style made it so much more charming in my opinion, and then I don't think it would take that much polygons, right? But the style definitely pulled. And same with like Animal Crossing, right? Like that's probably not high poly, right? There's filters in OBS that let you boost. Oh yeah, 3D. Yeah, 3D models don't always have to be realistic. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at me. I'm not exactly making a realistic, super photorealistic model here, you know? Like, it's pretty stylized stuff. And then, like, there's, like, also, like, Genshin Impact. Like, that's, I would say that's pretty, like, low poly. Like, their stuff is pretty optimized for mobile phones, so, and all their textures and, you know, like, cool effects shine through, right? I mean, there's a lot of mobile games right now, like was it ZZZ, you know, like Withering Waves, right? There's a lot of gacha games now, but for mobile, I don't think you can have you can't have like a super high polys, right? From what I heard, but I remember seeing that one game. What's the name? Oh yes, Love in Deep Space. The models look really realistic, so I'm not sure, like kind of like Final Fantasy style, but I'm not sure if it's. I mean, it's probably like decently high poly, right? But interesting how it. I mean, I don't know, like working with mobile. I don't know. That's what I heard, but you know, like phones these days are practically like mini computers, so. Sorry, gotta catch up on chat. Yeah, never go big or go home. Yeah, that's so like, I don't know, that's like all or nothing, and then you get so discouraged, you know, like, huh? Like, I don't know, that's not, I don't know, in a teaching environment, I feel like that's not really good advice in my opinion. Because you're in a learning environment, you're gonna make mistakes, or like, you're gonna learn, you know, as you make stuff. So I think that's a bit crazy to say when you're learning. I wouldn't. Personally, I would not take that advice. Because you can, you know, what matters is that you wanna make what you wanna make. You know? Well, they didn't tell me not to do stylized. They just said stylized is harder to execute and make look good. Meanwhile, there's a lot of support for realistic models. I guess. I mean, I guess it depends. I don't. Maybe they're looking at it from like film, like if you're getting a position in film or something, or I mean, I don't know what their goal is. Maybe that's why. But, or like, you know, like those live action stuff. But like, you know, like these days, I feel like stylized stuff, even for especially like in the indie scene, is getting very, very popular. So, like there is a market for it, you know, so, stylized stuff. And those gacha games are definitely like proving the point of that. And I don't think they're like that high poly since, you know, it's on mobile, right? And I haven't, from what I remember, like decent poly, not crazy amount of poly though. Personally, I feel like 3D modelers can get way too caught up in the poly count. I'll have multiple people come on to a stream where I'm modeling and say it's either got an extremely low or high poly. I mean, I think everyone has different opinions on what high poly and what low poly is, because it depends on what they're doing, right? And they're just looking at from their perspective on how, you know, what they're using it for. So like, I don't know, I keep using this example, I can't think right, but another example, like maybe someone who keeps working on Animal Crossing models would say like, oh man, like, Final Fantasy model is extremely high poly, but maybe a Final Fantasy modeler is like, oh no, that's like medium poly, you know, like, I don't know. I guess like it just depends on what you're working on, right? Depends on the style, but honestly, I'm gonna say this: it doesn't hurt to be well-rounded. You know what I mean? So if you can do both, best of both worlds, you're gonna be like a champion, man. But learning realistic stuff is hard on its own, and learning stylistic stuff is hard on its own. But if you don't choose, I feel like if you don't choose a side when you're learning, then it's gonna be too much to handle, and you're gonna be burned out. You know what I mean? So what I recommend is going for what you love at first, so you get all the basics down, and then slowly aim for other stuff too, to like, you know, change up your palette, you know, or change up what, you know, so you're more well-rounded in the future as well. So you can say like, I can do realistic and stylized stuff and anime stuff, and you know, it's just pretty rad. Personally, art is how you see it. Number one thing is art. It's diverse. Exactly, I agree with that. Like, everyone is gonna have like their preference and styles, right? That's what makes art fun, because some people might not like realistic stuff. What if they like your stylistic low poly robots, dude? You know? What if they're like, oh, dude, I love your low poly robots. You know? And some people like super realistic robots. It's like, okay, good for you, you know? Like, everyone has different flavors, you know? And preferences. That's what makes art great. I'm adding that emotion. For some reason, whenever I model a woman, I get too obsessed with the anatomy and add too much detail and muscle. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that, but this is just a personal thing, I guess. Like, don't get too caught up on the details when you're starting out. I would recommend just doing the general block out if you know, start out from like sculpting, especially, and then like get the face done. General face, like, it can look like super blocky, but just to get the general basic shapes going, it can look like a blob, but like a face looking blob, and then the body looking blob, and then like slowly like build up from there. Because if you focus on one spot for too long, I feel like you can get burnout, or it feels like something's wrong, but you're not quite sure what's wrong. And that's probably because the other parts are not finished yet. Like, if you were working on the body too long and you didn't finish the face yet, you feel like, oh, something feels wrong, but maybe that's the time to like move on to the face, and then like come back to the body, and then go back and forth. You know what I mean? Because that help you like visually see it come together in the bigger picture. You know what I mean? Muscle mom using. I'm glad. I don't know, more like the beefcakes or anything. Oh, Yomi, hey! What about learning? I don't know, I've been rambling for so long. Like, the conversation's moving quite fast while I'm rambling, so let me just catch up real quick. Are you done with streaming already? The collab? Spooky. We're learning calculus here. Prepare, bruh. Totally agree. No hate to all pretty anime waifus, but there are a lot of industry standard looking VTubers. New creators have a much higher chance of standing out with something more stylized. Oh yeah, I mean, not just stylized in my opinion, but also design wise. Like, if you have an interesting design aspect, sometimes that can really pull people in, you know? I remember this one VTuber that had like, you know, like those gambling slot machines, and she had it as her eyes. That was a pretty cool concept. Yeah, I mean, like, I think VTubers having, and it doesn't have to be traditionally anime too. It can be this model is like not really anime, but like halfway stylized. Like, my model is also halfway stylized too. And it's like, go with your preference, you know, like, as long as what matters is that you like the model, you know, and at that point, since you're gonna be using this model as your face, well, or even if you don't use the model as your face and you just use it as your OC, like it's just still your OC, right? You should generally like what your creations. But I don't know. I keep saying like back and forth things, but not necessarily. But you know. I would like to make this bottom, but then I don't want... I know what to do, I think. Wait, duplicate this. Some people like the poly aesthetic too. Yeah, I mean, sometimes some people really like that super low poly aesthetic. Like, remember, like mouth washing. It's like that indie that game, the horror indie game, right? That recently came out. I would say that's pretty low poly, right? They had like blocky arms and stuff, but that was the style, and it's really charming, you know. It didn't have to be super highly realistic, you know. And I think that also made it popular in a way, in my opinion. It's like a unique style that was really low poly too, but it made it stick out a bit more, in my opinion, because the style was interesting too. Oh yeah, some people like poly aesthetics too, like RuneScape. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, poly count is extremely subjective. Yeah, I mean sometimes it's general, but then when it go like in between, like yeah, you know what I mean. I mean, the point is always to experiment and try new things. If you focus on one thing all the time, your view would narrow-minded, and then you won't improve at all. Oh yeah, exactly. You feel also stagnated too. Because you feel like you won't, because you suddenly became so hyper good at that one thing, and then like for example, if you just practice hands all the time, you're gonna be good at hands, but then you're gonna be like, oh man, maybe in the future you're gonna get bored of it and then get burnt out, you know. And then so you should try like other things too, like making a dog, or you know, like something out there too, out of your comfort zone, so there's some like a little spice and a little variety, you know. Maybe I should just make the sideburn a separate mesh. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat again. I mean, the point is, yeah, you should model hyperrealistic meat. Yeah, maybe you should, comply, but then malicious compliance, as they say, right? Like, just... It would be funny if you actually made a super high poly robot, and then you made a super low poly retopology, and then you baked everything, you know what I mean? And so all the super high poly detail is all in the normals, and then you're like, wow, wait, like this is super high poly looking, and then when you show the mesh, it's like low poly. It's like, surprise. Haha. I don't know, spoiler, I have plans for something like that. Well, more like a robot that wants meaty fish limbs, so they're real and stuff. Yo, that sounds cool. You should totally make it, dude. I'll be excited to see that. Especially fish. Sign me up. I love fish. I think my new design has a ton of fish on it. I don't know if you saw it, but it's on Twitter. And I'll be modeling it. And then hopefully debuting it. I haven't debuted my 3D model for my recent one yet, but I don't really... With the new design, I'm like, maybe next time. But sometimes I don't want my computer to explode. Hey Reckless, thanks for joining. Hey everyone, first time here. First off, I love this, the design and everything, and second, I could never do this. I procrastinate so much. I mean, even if you procrastinate so much, as I said before, like even 1%, doing 1% of something every day, like even just doing the eye one day, and then, you know, and then the next day you do the other eye, you know, like after like, you know, at a certain point you get it finished, right? So take it a little at a time. Like there's no need to like go crazy, you know, like, and then like pressure yourself and then burn yourself out, you know. Unless you're doing it for commission, then you gotta go for it, you know. Then that's different. But this is not a commission, so I'm just doing this one for fun. So I'm just gonna chillax, you know, chillax, guys. But yeah, Moon did a really good job with this design. That's why I'm modeling it. And I'm excited to do the tail later. I was thinking once I get enough robot parts I'm proud of, I'll kit bash them and make a bigger, crazier designs, like making 3 body types and recycling them. Yo, that's cool. That's an interesting... It's like Transformers. Organic Transformers. Transformers, fishes in disguise. Yo, that's a rad concept. Same Minecraft. Dude, yes. Oh my god, that's a brilliant example. Exactly, Minecraft. That's brilliant. Exactly. Sometimes when a concept is so good that, like, you know, it doesn't matter. Styling concept. And Roblox, right? Everything is squares, too. And there's so many cool... I haven't played Roblox, but I know, like... I saw the Squid Game Roblox, it's pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, there's so many things you can do, you know? Sometimes having things low poly gives you more room to do other cool things, like you like focus on animation or stuff like that, you know? Sometimes if you're I mean, depends on the final goal, but like, for example, if you're making an animation, it will take time to do a high poly character, right? But if you make low poly characters, you can have like 10 characters, right? Ready to go for animation. But it depends on what you're going for. Sometimes you can get almost hyper-realistic with mid-poly and very detailed. Yeah, exactly. If you just bake your high poly, you can get away with a lot of things. Like, I feel like a lot of like open world game stuff would need to do that, where it's kind of like lower poly end, but they baked a lot of the details in their high poly, so you know they can get away with a lot of things while maintaining that low poly to be more optimized, you know. What if I just pulled the hair like this? Would that be weird? It's not too bad, actually. No, you know what? No. I'm gonna try to follow the idea of the sketch. Let me read. Oh my god, have you seen that one Squid Game video with the extremely cursed 3D models? I don't know. There's a lot of Squid Game animations going around, but not sure which one you're referring to. I just know the Roblox memes like, I got the Mona Lisa! And also, Psy's song with the foreman in it, Hamada! I love it. I love it. I love it. It's a very catchy song. I mean, I gotta say, he's brilliant. Sai's brilliant. He makes the most timeless, catchiest songs. I don't even know how he does it. Seems silly, but then it's like so good at the same time. Hamada. He's the guy that made Gangnam Style. If you forgotten. I don't think that's the right Squid Games. I don't know. How are you creating the hair? I'm not really familiar with that chain thingy. Oh, do you mean this? Wait, with the curves? Wait, let me just show that real quick. Do you mean this one right here? Do you rig the hair? Yeah, of course I do. It's gotta be flowy like the wind. I think, okay, I think I'm starting. Just like a wave. I just have to do it like just like a wave. Yeah, the last time I did it, it really burned me out because I was supposed to rig the hair set of several characters. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be tough. So let me just show that real quick. So what you do is you go to add, and then you go to curve, and then you go to path, right? That's the first thing you want. Here it is. And then the second object you want to add is curve, circle. Okay, so what you have is nerves path and Bezier circle. And what you do next is click on nerves path, and then come over here to data object properties or whatever, and scroll down a bit to geometry, object, and then there's a dropper here, and then you can just select this Bezier circle or like find it in the list. And then here it is, right? And then you're like, wait, this is a lot of polygons. What you do is you go to here, resolution preview, and then you can, like change the amount you want. I usually do like 2. And then you're like, wait, this is a lot of polygons. This horizontal, right? So you click on the Bezier circle, and as you can see, it's 12. And then you change that to 2 or 1 or 2, whatever you want. But you're like, wait, I don't really like this shape. It's too circly, So to change that, you change the circle's shape itself. So as you can see, you just click the middle, and then you can like shrink it, and it changes the size. And you're like, wait, I kind of want these to be sharper on the edges, right? So as you can see, these little handles, you select these handles. Oh. And then you go to like individual origins, I think, right? Yeah, individual origins. and then you can like shrink them. And then doing medium point is good for like general, and then the having sharper edges is good for like individual origins. I don't know why it works like that, but that's just how it works like that. And then now you're like, okay, now I want to start to arrange the hair. I recommend changing the name of nerve path into hair 001. Duplicate and then duplicate it, and then so now you can have the original, as a duplicate. And then here's your hair. And then now you're like, okay, time to use the hair. But now, how do I use it? So as you can see, first off, you can also hide the circle once you're done with the shape making. And then you see these arrows? They're really important. How do you find them? You go to viewport overlays, and then you click on normals. This is important to know the direction, because I'll show you in a moment. I gotta drink some water. Okay. Because the down arrow where it is, that's the tip of the hair. And so with proportional editing, with right here, you can just press G and just move it around, right? And you're like, yee-hoo, right? But if you did it the other way, then there's a possibility. Watch this. Okay, so this is the tip of the hair, and as you can see, the base of the hair is not moving, which is how it's supposed to be, like this. Oop, don't run away from me, like this. But if you moved it from the other end, as you can see the arrows moving the opposite direction, then you can see like the hair start to twist at this part. And that's going to be a pain in the ass because obviously you don't want it rotating and stuff like this when you're like placing the hair on the head. So let's say that there's a head right here. And then you're like, wait, I want this hair to be symmetrical. So what you do is, you do your normal thing. You go to mirror. And then you just move the hair like this. And then now you have a symmetrical hair mesh, right? And then, and you use proportional editing to move like, and you use your mouse scroll to like make this bigger or smaller and how much you want to move them, right? Wait, okay. Let me just make a quick strand. Oops. And then you just press E, the normal stuff. Okay, but wait, this doesn't really look like hair, you know what I mean? Like, it's supposed to taper at the end. So, you do Alt S. And with proportional editing, you see how it's just affecting the tip? You just scroll your mouse bigger to like have a bigger effect on the taper, like it affects the other ones. Like that. And you're like, wait, this is too low poly right here. You just subdivide that, and then you get a little bit more. And you're like, wait a second, I kind of want to have the hair just twist a little bit, You do Control T, and then that's how you can rotate the hair like this. Whoop, I rotated too much. Okay, right, like Control T. Oops, come on, Control T, and then there you go. And then you can control that with proportional editing too. So like you can twist only this aspect more or more like this, whatever you want. But anyway, that's it. And then you're like, wait, now I want to unwrap these things, right? How do I do that? Right click. Oh, wait, but yeah, I mean, I recommend not having the modifier with the mirror modifier when doing this, but like, it's up to you. But you get rid of the mirror modifier, right click, convert to mesh, and now it's a mesh. And then you can like mark it as a seam and then unwrap it and whatever, right? But and then add the mirror again, and then there you go, mesh, perfect hair. There you go. And then now also one thing, for example, let's say this is the hair texture, whatever, right? And then you unwrap, and then you get your hair like this, and you could texture it like this. But another thing I recommend is having UV square add-ons. And then what that does is you can do grid by shape. And then now it's like a perfect rectangle. This is great for like hair strands that you made with curves. And then now you can texture like this. And it's like easier to texture with more rectangle shapes. And you can have like multiple hair overlapping. So if they have the same kind of texture. And it makes your life much more easier. You know what I mean? But yeah. That was my mini tutorial on hair with using curves. Well, I hope that was helpful. Picking up with her hair. I guess like Bayonetta, right? That'll be pretty rad. Wow, this is neat. Sounds more controllable than in Maya. Oh yeah, I mean, I haven't used that much Maya, so I couldn't tell you. But curves, lifesaver for hair, especially hair with strands, particularly, because you can make last-minute changes and stuff like that. But I pretty much learned it from Jan's Sculpt. You can check it out on YouTube. Like he made a really, that's how I learned that technique. But his, I feel like, had a more high poly to it. But I like to use the lowest poly as possible so I can be more optimized as I'm working. moving around the hair like you. Yeah. The hair's gotta move. Oh yeah, this is cooking. You can see the bottom here. Finally, the vision's coming together. I also might use a proxy, so the shadows of the hair, I don't know, I gotta consider it. That's for future me to decide. Future me, good luck. But not me though. It's getting late, I need to sleep. Oh, good night, thanks for joining in, Dave. How do I clip near the plane? I'm learning 3D rendering and I'm at a point where I'm looking at the line clipping algorithms. Clip near the plane? I don't know. Hopefully when you come back the next stream you explain a bit more. I'm not specifically sure what you mean by that. But thanks for joining in, Dave. Maybe next stream, explain more, please. So maybe I can help you. I don't know. Wait, I'm making the hairline a bit. Okay, I think the hair is a bit too shiny. Actually, I need to put this purple bit more inward. Inward it goes. What the heck? Wait. Wait a second, how long have I been streaming for? 3 hours? Oh, okay, it's not bad. What the heck was going on here? Time to delete. See ya. Oh, that was like a weird plane. Are you good with braids like box braids, pulled back in a ponytail? I haven't made box braids yet. But I have been watching people make their stylized. There's some artists I followed who did 3D modeling of box braids. So I am thinking about after studying, I'm thinking about trying it out too. You know, it's good to try out and practice and expand your knowledge. But for braids, you can also use curves for that. Let me show you a quick tutorial again. Let's see. I'm sure you've seen this tutorial before. It's nothing new, but if the braids have a similar texture to it, what am I remember? Okay. First, you would make your first section of the braid, right? So let me just quickly make that real quick. So something like this, right? So for example, it's a little rough, but you know, just quickly showing a quick tutorial on making like braids. Okay, and then shade smooth, and then you just like this. Something like that, for example, right? And then you would angle it like this, right? And then this is your first section of your braid. And then you use array, and then you would change it so it goes in front of each other, something like this. Wait, I should actually change the angle like this. So there you go. So like this. And then you make it more of a decimal so it like overlaps each other. Okay, so go like this, and then you have your first strand here, and now you're like, wait, how do I, you know, like arrange them, right? So you also use a curve for this path. Where's it? Where's my path? Oh, there it is. And then you use the modifier of, okay, yeah, you're gonna wanna apply the mirror mod for that, and then you're gonna, where is it? Curve. And then curve object is gonna be the curve that, I mean, the path that you made. And then sometimes you just have to, yeah, there we are. This one worked with the deformed axis Y. And then you choose your, okay, I'm gonna make this smaller. Here we are. Wait. I want to make it smaller, but then you don't want to like move the array object away from like the axis too much. It's gonna mess it up. And just like the hair tutorial I just showed you before, wait 1 second. Let me just subdivide that. Oh my god. Oh, Blender, don't be like this. My dock is not going away for some reason. And oh yeah, okay. And then just like that. Oops. Oh, here we are. Just like that. Now you can just control the curves like how I just showed you before. And you know, then you can like always shrink it with curves, and then have, I mean, lengthwise you're gonna have to edit the mesh itself. So it's more, you know, more better, but something like that, you know? Anyway, there's a little tutorial again. It's just similar methods. Anyway, let's go, and yeah, I hope that helped. But I mean, I don't know if you wanted that tutorial, but that's how I would do the braids. And then I remember seeing someone who did like poly, like kind of like a duplicate of the head, and then they textured it and then used like transparency for how the hair connects to the head. You know what I mean? Time goes so fast when you do art. Yeah, it really does. I was like, you know, I'm gonna just stream for 2 hours. And it's like, oh. Just oh. I watched a few tutorials a while back. You know, make it very easy. I thought there was more to it. How it's done. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, like with the modifiers, it makes life a lot easier. But yeah, I hope that helped you. That technique is also great for making like snake tails. You know what I mean? Like, because you can just make one section of the scales and then just like use array modifier to repeat it, and then, you know, like do the taper at the end and with curve, and then yeah, I think I'll do the similar technique with this tail as well, since it's like array. It's like the sections are pretty similar and with a little taper to it. So I'll get that. I'll get to that when I get to that. Maybe next stream. I don't know. It depends on my whims. Oop. Ever thought of using array on curves? That's so smart. Oh yeah, using it really helps a lot. Like there's a lot of things you can do, uh, like doing scales on like more of a standard snake tail, on uh, you know, like like making spikes. Let me sorry. Here, this is what I like to do with spikes. Like, you know how I see a lot of models with like a punk aesthetic, and I don't know if this is how you do it, but let's say this is your spike, right? And you're making like a spike collar. Wait, no. I'm gonna keep it like this. And then here's your, you know, standard spike. And then I would do add add circle. Where's my circle? Okay. And then go like this, right? Around the neck, because, you know, usually it's like a, I mean, whatever accessory, but let's say there's a collared spike necklace, like a punk style, right? And then you go to array. Oh, no, sorry. On the cone, you go to array. And then you have multiple, right? And then you also do curve. And then you choose that circle. See? And then now it's on that object. And all you have to do is just arrange it a little bit. And then see how it's kind of weird at the moment? But all you have to do is just, you know, like do that. Oh, sorry, Control T, and then it does that outward, and then Alt S to shrink it. Oh, okay. Sometimes Alt S doesn't exactly work the best, so you're gonna have to like shrink the model itself. But you know what I mean, right? Like something like that. And then now you have, it follows the array, and then you can have many poly counts, and then if they're having more space to it, then you can add, you know, you change whatever factor you need, and then change it like this. And then now you have like, you know, the spike to it. You might have to do a tiny bit arrangement after you convert it into a mesh, but this way you can just unwrap this first, texture it, and then once you convert it to a mesh and like you apply the array modifier, then all these spikes would have the same UV, right? So let me unwrap it right now. Right? Let's say I unwrapped it nicely, right? And I textured it or whatever. And then if I convert this to a mesh, all of these are overlapping with each other. So they literally share the same image space and image texture. So I can save a lot of image texture while maintaining, like, you know, the look of it. So, I mean, I don't know, in case you need it. There's a lot of ways you can use, you know, array on a curve. So, yeah, in case you have, like, a lot of repeating things that you're like, oh, I don't want to, like, individually place these things. use a curve and use our ray modifier. It will save your life. Ooh, I feel like I ran a mile. My yapping, my yapping, my throat. Hey Xavier, thanks for joining. Hello, nice work. Why do you are using 3.6 instead of the later version? I don't know. Personally, I like using 3.6. I don't know. I sometimes dip into 4 points. Was it 4.2, right? And the UV the UI is slightly different. Like for example, I think the most critical thing that gets me is the add modifier. I love it when the window pops up, but in the new one it doesn't do that. This window of modifiers, it bothers me so much. And yeah, I mean, I'll give 4.2 a chance, but not at the moment. All my stuff I'm working on is 3.6. I don't know. For some reason, I find 3.6 to be the best sweet spot for me. You could do fit curve too. Fit curve. Interesting. I gotta try that out. 3.6 is more reliable for plugins in my experience. Yeah, I guess I'm worried also about my add-ons, you know, transferring over. I feel like 4.2 is like a overhaul with a lot of new things, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just judging it too quickly. I haven't tried it too much. After opening the add modifier, I was like, whoa, 3.6 time, my baby. My Shayla! Okay guys, I have a quick question. Let's say I have a collection, yes? And then I have a bunch of objects in it. Now this always perplexes me. Let's say I hide these two objects, right? And then I click on this check mark, it's fine, right? But then when I wanna, because I'm hiding that collection, right? But then when I click on this check mark again, wait a second, what? No. Okay, guys, oh, now you don't want to show it because I'm showing people my problem. Okay, fine, whatever, Blender. What I mean is, like, sometimes I accidentally click on this check mark, and then when I click it again, the other objects show. You know what I mean? In the collection. Does anyone know why it does that and how to not make that happen? I hope that made sense. Sometimes I have like a lot of objects in one collection, and then sometimes I accidentally like click this check mark and it shows everything. You know what I mean? Like shows all the hidden objects I hid because those are like my old meshes. And then it's like a pain in the ass to like hide them again. Yeah, you can use an add-on to stop how the modifiers or old style. Interesting. I like that 4.1 hides the modifier jump scare menu. Really? You don't like that modifier menu? I love that menu. Oh my god. My spine, I'm literally, to speak into my mic, I'm like curled up like a shrimp. I should have like a stand or something. Oh wait. Oh my god. Okay. I think oh, my spine. It's straightening. No more shrimp. Oh my god, my spine feels a million times better now. feel like you guys been staring at this forehead for a while. Don't worry, I'll get there. Gotta make sure it's working. It's kind of tricky since it's I feel like it's a little interesting, a little unusual, I guess, to get it right and then also make it look right at the front as well. It's like kind of like swooping in, but also one thing at the same time. How about I just follow the reference exactly then? See what that would look like. Side. Yes, there it is. Okay, since it's following the front, it's not going to be accurate over there, but what's missing? Maybe a... Don't worry, I'll make the hairline, you know, like, obviously more seamless, but right now I'm just trying to get the shape right. Okay, you know what? I think I'm focusing on too much on one detail. Told myself not to do that. Okay. It's gonna look weird, different from the side. You know what? I think I should work on the back. Like, what? I'm way too focused on this. Okay. It's the eyeball, I believe. The eyeball makes all the object visible in the collection, I think. Oh, yeah, yeah, for sure, yes. But, no. I know that, yes. But, let me show you real quick. Okay, I'll duplicate this hair collection. So, okay. So, for example, all of this hair is hidden, right? Because those are just all the old meshes I just made. You know, like sometimes I like to duplicate the mesh, so I have like a little backup of it, and I hide them. And then when I click on this check mark next to the eye, and then when I click it again, as you can see, every single thing is unhidden automatically. How do I prevent that from happening if I accidentally click on the check mark? You know what I mean? Sometimes I accidentally click on the check mark and all my hidden items become unhidden, and then I have to like hide all of them again. I hope that made sense. This is a problem that irks me. I'm not sure why it exists, to be honest. Maybe slide the edge loop framing in the dark purple up into the lighter purple to visualize it. Very bad. I don't know. I think I need to work on the back of the hair to what the? Oh yeah. Okay, I did delete that real quick. Okay, maybe you can click and drag to toggle all of the eyeballs off like that. Oh yeah. That makes my life yeah, totally. Makes my life a lot easier if I accidentally click on this check mark. I really don't. I gotta look it up. I don't know why I haven't looked it up yet. But I this check mark next to the eye it befuddles me. Like, what is, why why do you exist? You only exist to pain me. That's what. But yeah, I'll look it up, and then next stream maybe I'll be like, guys, I was being silly. I figured it out. I'm wondering if I should remake this mesh because it's not looking great, but honestly, it's not so bad to like use it either. To like, I know it doesn't look great, but I can, you know, edit it so it's low poly again, and it's like, especially like at the tip of the hair. But I mean, either way, I'm gonna need a lot of poly to make this work. Because as you can see, like the strands and stuff, but it's not gonna match the side. I mean, even the back looks totally different from the side. I mean, but I need to get the match the front much more better. Oh, wait. No, because I was worried about the tail. And there's obviously gonna be clipping, but you know, like sometimes in 3D it's unavoidable. You know, it is what it is. But avoid like too much clipping, you know. So give room for the tail. But first, actually, I'll think about that later once I do make the tail. What's important is the, wait, I'm gonna... That trumpet was really blasted in my ears. Okay, I know this is a lot of poly, but, you know, just to get it done. But I'll make it low poly again. Time for me to get some shut-eye. This was really fun. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. You made great progress. Oh, thank you so much. I hope to see you in another stream again, and I'm really glad you joined. I appreciate it. Trumpet solo! No, not the trumpet solo! Yeah, I can delete some of that mesh in the inside of the head too. Rest well, indeed. Rest well, Emothic. Thanks for joining. Oops. I might stream just a little bit more and then start to continue working on commissions. I was so into the stream, but just maybe get a general fix of the hair of the back, and then, you know, continue from there in the next stream. I don't know. I think I should have matching side. Oh, did I hide that? No. I think I accidentally deleted the sideburn. That's fine. That's okay. I'll just make another one. What the heck? Okay, I won't delete it yet. Where's this? Well, my sideburn. Oh. I'm gonna head off as well. Can't wait for the next stream. I've got the rest is playlist for me to watch everything from the start. Thank you again, and you're doing such amazing work. Oh, thank you for joining. And good night. Appreciate you for joining. Yeah, I'll definitely be continuing, and I'm happy to hear you have it as a playlist. After I finish uploading the Sneerful commission video process, I'll be uploading this as a speed modeling video as well, you know, just like how I always do. And yeah, stay tuned, and thank you for joining. Oh man, at my time it's 11:35. Okay, I mean, I'm a night owl, but I need to use that time to work on commissions, so I will be ending stream very soon after I finish this one. So what I'm doing is adding more polygons. To once. No, I made it. Adding more polys to one side since it needs it, while the inside of it doesn't really need it, so that's why I do it like this. Awesome. I love watching speedruns. Oh yeah, me too. That's how I learned a lot too. But you know what? I might call it a day. You're right. Is commission time and also EP time, but much later. Anyway, here is what I got so far. Alright. Got a good amount of work done. I'll still need to add more harsher shadows to the bodies because it feels a little washed out because the stronger shadows aren't there yet. So once I add the stronger shadows and maybe a bit of highlights and some of that sparkle highlights, you know, it'll look less washed out. You know what I mean? Whoops. So yeah, I mean, this is what I got so far, and hopefully next time I finish the hair too. That'll be nice. So, oh Shiba, yeah, I'm still working, but yeah, finished the stream now. So, but thanks for joining in last minute. So I'm gonna say goodbye now, and thank you so much for joining, everyone. I really appreciate it. And it's been a kind of a long stream, right? Let me see. Oh, 4 hours. Oh my goodness. But thanks for hanging on, everyone, and see you next stream. Thank you.